Hello, everybody, and welcome to Challenge Accepted, Tuesday edition. I'm Alex Florez, aka Kamisazi, coming to you live for the next 4 hours. Just building in the sandbox. How are y'all doing this morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on wherever you are in the world? If you've got any questions about the sandbox, or the Game Maker, or VoxEdit, or you just want to talk, you just want to get to know each other, we can do that too. Oh, the Yoke's on You redeemed a cushy sofa. Snoop Dogg NFT for 40,000 stream points. Wow. All right. I'm sure Panda will be getting that set up to deliver to you soon. You may need to DM us with your wallet address for that. All right. We're going to try to finish up this game today. Let's see what we can do with it. Ideally, we finish up the last little bits of logic that we need to get this thing working. And we make our page for it so people can play it and make it go live. And then we'll just have it there. And people can play it and we can update it later easily. Hey, Atoxy from YouTube. How's it going? Hey, Play Game for Fun. Hey, Dancoy. Sand number 1. All right. So last time we were modifying this door piece, and let's see, is this the official one? This is the test one. So we want to replace all of these with the official one because the official one got updated. So if you're using this door in your experience, or if you use this template, which includes this door, it's now going to be a new version of it that will hopefully work a bit better. Why is eggplant the only thing that shows up here? What? Oh, preset. I thought I clicked replace. I clicked preset accidentally. How looks that sofa? Let's see. Let's see if well, I don't think I have it. It would probably on the marketplace. It's with the dash. Yeah. There's no copy of it in the exclusive assets, but we can take a look at it. Let's take a look at Sandbox.game. Not Belonging Week Session 3 started. We've also got Biogen Art Museum by Agoria. Dystopian Universe was extended until the 24th. There were some issues with people getting their avatars transformed and things like that. So I think most of those issues have been resolved, and some extra time was granted to make sure people could do this. There was also, like, one of the experiences closed early accidentally. So it's, you know, it's summer. There's people on vacation, and you know, sometimes you got to get the right people in the right place to get things moving the right way. And we got you covered. We got extra time on that event so you can complete that. Paris City Jam is going on right now. Did this, you know, I don't remember. Did this one need did you need to pre-register for this one? I don't remember. Okay, yeah, there is no... The word registered isn't mentioned there. Let's see. Follow steps. Create a Sandbox account and download the Game Maker. Download VoxEdit. Join the creative forum in Discord. Make sure to look at the resources. Share your complete experience on the Game Maker gallery or publish on the map. Both. And submit your entry to the submission form. Look at the article. So there's no application process for this one. You can just enter. I wonder if I could enter. I don't have time to do a game jam. I've got too much going on. I'm busy enough as it is doing these extra streams. Um, so this is the one I believe that's being voted on by the DAO. So, yeah, check that out if you want to participate in the game jam. You can join that there. Tried to find it in the market on OpenSea by that name and couldn't find it. Those pieces from the chest parts, when will they be sent from the chest parts? Off the top of my head, I'm not sure what you mean by the chest parts. So let's see. Marketplace. Snoop. There's no Snoop collection? Let's see. Collectible packs. These are not alphabetical. Well, they are eventually. There's the featured ones at the top, and then they're alphabetical. Let's see. Are my eyes skipping over Snoop? Here he is. Snoop Dogg. I don't know why that didn't show up in the search. Cushy sofa. There you go. It's a cigar. It's a cigar couch. It's a couch with a cigar pillow. And a little leaf. A little leaf pillow. Play game for fun also redeemed a cushy sofa for 40,000 stream points. Jorge Ramirez. I'm guessing you say it Jorge and not George. Are you guys affiliated with Sandbox VR that are popping up at malls? We are not. So, quick history about the Sandbox. The Sandbox started as a mobile game back in, I want to say 2010. I think that it's on Wikipedia. I don't remember the date off the top of my head. You know what? They just celebrated. Was it 15 years? I think it was 2010. It started as a mobile game way back then. Then there was the Sandbox Evolution. Found in 2011. I was off by a year. And after those couple mobile games, for the past, gosh, 5 years? 6 years? 6 years? I've been here 5.5 years, so it's longer than I've been here, but not by much. We've been working on a voxel art game, and it's not VR. It is voxel art. Will we do VR in the future? I don't know. But the Sandbox VR is a US-based company. I've actually passed by their offices in San Francisco before. And the Sandbox game is from France. Started in France. Oops, beans on screen. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Hoddle? Only TSP employee? Oh, probably an asset that's in here. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that, I can't help that. That, is the homepage of the website. So if I wasn't supposed to show you that, then, oops. That's what I get for being logged into my own account. Can't take it back now. We're not gonna talk about that. we're just gonna skip that. Moving on. So that was the cushy couch from Snoop Dogg. Congratulations to Play Game for Fun and the Yolks on You for redeeming that. And yes, Jorge, we're not the Sandbox VR. Is the Sandbox launching a stable coin? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, Sand has held mostly stable. It's been around like 40 to 50 cents for a while now. What does CoinMarketCap say it is? Sand. It's 30 cents right now. So it's down a bit. You know, things go up and they go down. We can't control that. That's the market. We can try to make good decisions and try to boost those numbers up. People like to ask, when Moon. That was Moon 2021. That's when it mooned. Will it go back to there? Who knows? Only if we build good things, right? That's up to us on the Sandbox staff and us as Sandbox creators. I feel like I have both feet on both sides, and of that, I'm both on the creator side with all of you beautiful people, and I'm also on the staff side, living in both worlds. And I try to make the coolest things I can, make the best things I can, and encourage all the rest of you to do the same. And that's all we can do, right? And the market's gonna do what the market's gonna do. So, let's see here. So we're replacing this door. We're hitting the actual replace button and not the preset button. And we're replacing this large space door test, which is an asset that I uploaded, and we're going to replace it with the actual large space door, which is the same asset, but it's on the official account. So, there's two of them. Well, we can tell the difference. So you probably won't see this one because this one I think is an exclusive asset, and this one's a basic asset. But as I look at them, this one has the beveled corner. It might be kind of small to see on your screen, but it's got the old beveled top, which I didn't like because if you put it in a hole in a wall, you actually can see a gap through those, which just looks silly to me. So we're making it so that way if we build it into a wall, we still get that nice bevel on the surface, but if we have a gap, then there's something kind of plugging up that hole, like this, like that. So like we can see what it looks like if we replace it with the old one. I'm gonna replace, and we can see that looks bad. I hate that. It looks good if you've got it lined up with a wall like that, right? You got that nice little bevel going on there. But not so good if you put it in a wall like that. So we're gonna hit replace. We're gonna replace it with the new one, which matches what I currently have there, but it doesn't say test. And we're gonna hit replace all. And now all of our doors have been changed to that. And let's see, we got opening and closing. I added new animations to this. So the original animation for this thing was actually a lot slower than I expected. It was 3 seconds to open and close this door. And I don't know, it seems so like, come on, I wanna go through the door, open. So I left the slow one in case people were using that, in case they wanted it. And that's opening and closing slow. And now there's a fast one that's half a second, and the regular one is 1 second. So you have a few options to work with. And you could change those speeds even more if you used an animated decoration behavior instead of a door behavior. If you use animated decoration, you can change the speed on those animations. You can do so much more with that, but it is more complicated to set up the logic because then you have to toggle the collision and do all this other stuff. So we just wanted it simple, so I just gave some extra animation options, and we're gonna see how that looks in a second. I'm just gonna say Chen, because I'm not sure how to say that all the way, from YouTube says, can you please do a video on how to start a game with basic instructions? So there should be lots of tutorials and stuff available. We're gonna test this door real quick, and then we'll take a look. We'll take a look at that. But we're working on all sorts of educational materials. We have somebody, Becky from our team, works really hard on that. We've got people in the chat like Dankoy who are working on all sorts of tutorials. We got lots of people in the community who are making content about that kind of stuff. So let's see how this door looks. Okay, it's a little on the slow side. I would probably use a faster one. So we're gonna update that. But first we're gonna save, and we're gonna go look at the documentation for the Game Maker real quick, so you can see what information's out there, because there is a lot of information out there. Danko says, would be nice. Good grief, my throat keeps on. 4 hours of this is gonna be nice. Like the pollen and stuff has been awful. It's just making my throat gunk up. Dankoy says, would be nice for other animations at door to trigger logic, a locked and unlocked animation destroyed, and others. Yeah, I mean, you could set that all up with the animated decoration behavior. We can take a look at that later. Maybe you redeem a Sensei Alex one. Senpai Alex, sorry, I got the name. I keep on messing up the name, because I did karate for a long time in high school, even before high school, and so Senpai is like the assistant teacher, and then Sensei is like you've got your black belt and you're an actual teacher. So like I went from Senpai to Sensei. So now when I see Senpai Alex, I like it's a little cognitive dissonance, because it's like, that's not my title. But I mean, I haven't even really done karate in like 15 years. So all right, we're gonna go back to main menu. Hey, Manovic. Is it Manovic or Manovich? Without an H at the end, I would think it would just be a Vic, but I don't know. I don't know how you say that. Okay, so there's stuff where you can create from templates, and we've got a ton of different templates. There's these 5 featured ones, but we've actually got a ton of stuff. I'm gonna turn down the Game Maker music a little bit. So we do have tutorials here where there's some basic logics set up, and you can see there's actually a lot of these. There's 5 pages of these, so that's 5 times 6. So there's like almost 30 of these things. Looks like there's 27. So you can figure out how to set up all these different kinds of things. And then if you want to jump into something that's like already kind of pre-built, you can do one of these gaming ones, and we've got a ton of these also. Different styles of games, and you can see how those are put together. And that's kind of more for if you're like self-taught, if you just like diving into something and like learning how it works. If you're really new and you like really don't know where to start, we do have, if I can get back to it, resources up here, and learn the basics. And this will actually open up a YouTube playlist, and this playlist is full of information. So let me see if I can just give you the link to this playlist. Put it right in the chat. Hey, last year trier, welcome back. Tempest Studios in the chat. Hey, Cody and Lozen. I'm guessing that means both of you are here, since you've got both of your emojis there. Love you, beautiful people. We send greetings to everybody. You don't have to request it. Oh no, my bad. Oh, it's just Cody. No Lozen. Okay, that's all right. So Was it Chen who was asking about new or yeah, instructions for basic instructions? So yeah, I would start with that YouTube playlist. Um, so I'm trying to see. I would start at the bottom. It feels like these are in reverse order. So creating your first land, control behavior interactions with the message system. So you want to start at the bottom of this list and go up because you see that they're like more recent ones at the top, and they're actually like some more advanced or more specific things. So I would start with the older ones and kind of get oriented, you know, creating your first land, controlling behavior interactions, how to set asset behaviors, terrain blocks and terraforming, how to place assets, how to orbit the camera, all this stuff. Little tips and tidbits. So this playlist is a great place to start if you're like a visual learner and you want to just kind of see how it works. We've also got our Git book. So if you go to Documents, Learn Creator Basics, we've got whole articles about how all this stuff works. This is like, it's a lot to look at just because there's a lot. I mean, learning game development is it's a lot of information. And so this is a very detailed collection of stuff. Hey, Sir Elikin. Oh, and A Manovich reached a 5-stream streak. Congrats. Watching on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitter, welcome. But we do have cooler features on Twitch. So if you go to twitch.tv/ the Sandbox Game, same as all of our other official accounts. On Twitch, we've got cool rewards that you can unlock using the Twitch points. You don't need to be a subscriber. You don't need to do anything like that. No contributing bits. We don't want any of that. We're not looking for your money on the stream. We are looking to give you cool stuff. So during our gaming streams, we do lots of giveaways, and you can always unlock stuff with the Twitch points too. And you know what? I just remembered. I forgot to do something. I was going to put on the text-to-speech because we only do that when we don't have a co-host. Let's see, creator dashboard. Where is it? Why can't I see the thing? Viewer rewards, there it is. Viewer rewards. Manage power-ups. Let's see. Text-to-speech. Oh, it's already on. It's already on, just nobody's using it. You can remind me to save. Senpai Alex was turned off. Let's turn that back on. So Senpai Alex you can redeem if you want me to break down something in the Game Maker in great detail. Thank you. I was so confused. No problems. There is a lot. I mean, there's a lot to learn with game development, and some of us have been doing this for a long time. Honestly, I'm turning 35, and I've been building games as a hobbyist for almost 30 years now. My first game making tool I started playing around with when I was probably like 7 years old, 6 or 7. I had this program. It wasn't even the full program. It was just a demo, so I couldn't even like do all the features. But I played that demo so much, and my parents didn't really like let me play video games, so I was just hungry for it. And even, building games and playing games, I just wanted to be all in that. Andy Ritchie rating with the Party 16. Thank you, Andy. Hope everybody had fun on your stream. Andy, is your streak still going? What day are you on? Andy's been trying to stream every single day. Sparky Snickles lurking and working. So yeah, I've been building games, not like, not commercially, not, publishing stuff. But I've been dabbling in various game creators for almost 30 years now. So when I approach this stuff, like there's a lot of lessons that I've learned since the mid '90s, and a lot of stuff just kind of comes intuitively to me because I'm just familiar with what these things look like. But it is a lot to look at. You look at all these behaviors, and you're like, what do all these things do? And how do I combine them to make things happen? And the goal of the sandbox is to make these things as intuitive as possible. You make people walk around, you make objects bump into each other. Maybe they do things when that happens. You can kind of learn organically, and that's why this is the sandbox, right? We're playing in a sandbox. We're playing with our toys, and we're making them do stuff. Hi Nazman, welcome from the raid. Andy says it's day 170 today. July 1st is halfway. That's a lot of streams. That's a lot. I think if I didn't have other things to do, excuse me, if I didn't have other things to do, I wouldn't mind doing something like that. But it's nice to have break days too. Also, especially if I've got little kids. So if we want to like take them to the zoo, it's like an all day thing. I can't really stream on days like that. Is it true you can earn money through the sandbox? Sure. So that's actually the point of this whole stream. This is the Builders Challenge stream. If you go to the sandbox, we've got Builders Challenge creators. Here we go. Is there an article for it? I just see Builders Launchpad. Okay, I know that there's a Medium article for it. Sandbox, Builders Challenge. Builders Challenge 2. So you can check out this article. We'll take a quick look at it and just see like what's going on with it. Save yourself, don't do it, says Andy. Yeah, I'm not going to. I'm already streaming 4 days a week with 8, 10, about 12 hours between the 4 streams. At least 4 streams, because sometimes we do the group stream. And then occasionally in the Wizzyverse Discord, I've been doing little like calls, which is not really the same thing as streaming, but just kind of hangout calls. And that's just a lot of social energy for me, being slightly introverted. Oh, Andy shared the same thing. Thank you, Andy. So either of those links, they're the same link. Sorry, delay. You already posted it. That's all right. Thanks for doing it anyway. So the Builders Challenge, it's a 10-week event running from June 24th, which starts in 6 days. So we're gonna have our first game ready before the start, I hope, unless something happens today. And runs till August 26th, so about 2 months, featuring a total prize pool of 1.5 million sand and new mechanics designed to foster engagement and reward innovation. So you need to publish an experience. Now, in order to do the publishing, you do need to own land. So land is an investment. If you're interested in building and you don't have land, you can always share stuff on the Game Maker gallery, which is right in this tool. You can play what other people have been building and whether they have land to publish it or if they're just testing out different things, they can publish it in the Game Maker. So if you don't have land and you can't afford a land to try to publish in this, you can try talking to people who have land who don't have experiences published. Reach out there. Try looking on the Sandbox Discord for people who are looking for builders. You may be able to work out a deal where you build with somebody and maybe they split earnings from the Builders Challenge or what have you. Just make sure that you're careful. Make sure you find somebody with a good reputation who has people who vouch for them, that they're trustworthy and they're not going to screw you over or anything like that. And make sure it's a good idea. I would always try to do a contract. If you're going to try to do this to earn money, and you're going to try to strike a deal with somebody, make sure to get stuff in writing, so that way it's very clear, what's what's expected. So somebody doesn't make a bunch of money off your work and then doesn't split the money with you. You need to make sure that all your T's are crossed and your I's are dotted and stuff like that. Dan Coy says, "Oh, off stream, check creator forum. Some hot topics there about Builders Challenge 2. Okay. Andy says, "I would like to submit SIP, which is our DAO, that would request an avatar you own appears as an asset within your game, so that can be placed in experiences." I've been asking for that, and I think it's possible. I mean, I know that it's possible, but I've been advocating for that on the staff side. I really want that to happen for the Wizzyverse. I would love for when people have these avatars that they be able to put their avatar as an NPC in their games as a guide to people. I think that would be great. A lot of people have many avatars that don't get used, and it would be a cool way to show them off. Absolutely. I've got too many avatars. I don't even know how many I have. I've got... Oops, I pressed the wrong button. I've got... I'm not going to count it. A lot of it is VoxEdit, because I like collected a whole bunch of VoxEdit, and then they did their avatar, their like early release avatars, which were not even like the real VoxEdit avatars. They were like archetypes of them. So I got a whole bunch through that, and then VoxEdit officially bridged their original NFTs as avatars. So just it like doubled my avatars with VoxEdit alone. You can see all of that is VoxEdit. And then I've collected a bunch for other things. It's yeah. Oops. Let's see. Ian the guy says, "Can you use the assets from the artist but not the marketplace like Paris Hilton's Pink Cake to get branded asset booster?" I'm not sure what you mean. Can you use the asset from the artist but not on the marketplace? Are you, Ian, are you talking about like if you have access to the exclusive assets because you're like a partner or something? If you're a studio builder, I think it needs to be the NFT assets because I think that's probably what they're checking for. But that would be a question for the Builders Challenge staff because I'm not involved in that decision. Hey, Panda's in the chat. Panda, do you know the answer to that question? I would think it needs to be an NFT asset. But maybe you could ask somebody. Extreme Arcader says, "We were discussing with Crafter's stream yesterday. Is the minimum unique users 10 criteria? If we had 10 unique users in week 1 and the same 10 users are in week 2, so in week 2 we have 0 unique users?" That's a good question. Again, I don't know. I don't know those kind of specific answers. Those are really good questions for the AMA. And I'm not involved in that decision making. So, yeah, it'd be good to... I don't know if VPire could answer those, maybe? Why do we need a SIP for it? Maybe we don't. Just thought it was a good way to request, but if Alex is already on it, then no need. Well, it's not just up to me, right? I mean, I can tell my coworkers, hey, this is a really good idea. My coworkers might go, yeah, that's a good idea. But they, you know, I have bosses and they have bosses, and the bosses need to be convinced that it's something that the creators want, right? So it's not just up to me to say like, this is a good idea, we should do it, and then everybody else goes, yeah, let's do it. There's people who need to develop that, and it takes time, and they have to get paid for their time. So if you want to make a SIP, I think the using the SIP to kind of lobby is one of the things that I discussed before. If you look at the template for requesting a SIP, I don't see anything in there that would prevent you from saying, this is a feature we would like to see. Can you please try to develop it? So requesting that as a SIP, I think, is a good idea, and it will help um, the DAO to kind of make the case of, hey, a whole bunch of people who are invested in the sandbox, and that's why they have voting power, because they have land and they have sand, are interested in seeing this, and that can raise more attention to the people who can actually point at a worker and go, okay, we're going to develop this now because a lot of people are demanding it. So yeah, it's definitely something that TSB can just do on its own, and something that I've been trying to get us to do. But it would not be a bad thing to have a SIP saying, hey, the DAO would like this. Andy says, Snoop Brown Sugar car is not in the collection for the boost, but I feel it should be. Alex is the boss of... Wait, of who? What? I'm not the boss of that. I don't make decisions about the Game Maker. I make suggestions for the Game Maker. So now for the question. So the question was, so there were two questions, and I don't know if V can answer these or not, Panda. But one was, does unique users have to be unique every single week? So if 10 people play week 1 and 10 people play, and the same 10 people play week 2, do they count as unique players for that week, or are they not unique players because they're not brand new? And I'm not sure how those metrics are calculated. Then I think when I think about how daily metrics or weekly metrics are measured, usually it's unique users in that time period, because repeat visitors is still a good thing. But that's just me thinking about it logically, and I'm not the official word on that. So you would need somebody from the Builders Challenge team to actually answer that question. The other question was if the assets have to be in the collection. Oh, you know what? I think it is kind of explained in the Builders Challenge. Yeah. Experiences that host at least 3 unique assets from these sandbox partners from the list below will get a 50% boost to their engagement numbers. So I think it does need to be in this collection. Because that's really, when I think about the way we would find the asset, like, whoever's looking this up might not be aware that there's other Snoop Dogg assets that are not in this collection. I mean, they might be aware, but they might also just be looking at this collection to see if there's anything in there from that. I'm really not sure. So if somebody from the Builders Challenge team can answer that, that would be great. Alright, making sure I'm not missing anything from the YouTube or Twitter chat here. Looks like they've mostly been quiet. Hey, Go West, how's it going? Panda sent PJ a message to see if we can have answers on those 2 questions. Thank you very much, Panda. Any news about the Avatar Stormtroopers? Not from me. I don't have any news on those. When there's news, it'll be in the official channels, like on Discord, maybe Twitter. PandaPops says, side note for people watching, if you have noticed your assets, including older created asset animations that utilize single keyframe to hide and then appear something, are showing the animation in a weird way, please let me know so we can get the Game Maker team to get a fix for that. So what Panda's trying to explain is, if you had an asset that had like a hidden object, say like Max here was inside this car like that, and you couldn't see him, and then you used a single keyframe to just kind of pop him out and be like, pop, there he is. If you're noticing it behaving weird, like he slides out real quickly instead of just appearing there, let Panda know about that, because sometimes when there's updates to the Game Maker, it updates the way the animation engine works, and so it can change things like instant keyframes and interpolation. The Game Maker runs at a max of 60 frames per second. VoxEdit runs at 24 frames a second. You can only animate at 24 FPS in VoxEdit. So sometimes as you smush that over to 60 FPS gaming, some weird things can happen. And we've seen it be fine and then have some weird things happen, and then it got fixed and it was fine again. And so just let Panda know about those, and we can try to figure what's going on with those. Andy says, it has already been done, I'm not mistaken. You can select a custom avatar among those owned to play for experiences. Yeah, so last year trier, we're not talking about making a custom NPC as an avatar. It sounds like you're talking about changing the player settings to use a custom avatar like this. So like, you know, we do Buzz Sandrider. This isn't what Andy's talking about. Andy's talking about taking any of the avatars that you have. So we go to our avatar inventory here. Oh, we can't change it while we're doing that. Player, go back to player's avatar. So Andy's talking about taking one of these avatars, an NFT avatar. I don't have a Steve Aoki asset that I can place in the game. Let's see if I went up here and I went to, say, my wallet, and I type in Steve. I've got these assets, but I don't have any characters. So we're talking about placing the actual avatar in the game. Skyhand110, welcome back from YouTube. Hey Alex, what do you think of having text bubbles for conversations as an option within the Game Maker? So you can do that. It is a little more complicated than doing it with an asker. Actually, it's about the same amount of complicated. The issue is mostly just that they overlap. So you would have a whole bunch of logics that are kind of stacked up on top of each other. So instead of using an asker, you know, we can have an asker here. Let's do asker, and we interact with them, and they say this. That was accidentally tied to our eggplant quest there. So you don't have to have that. You can also have a speaker, and there's different ways to trigger the speaker. The speaker makes a speech bubble, text to display. You say hello. And you can do, instead of detect entity, you can have them wait for message and add interact as that. And when we walk up and talk to them, they say hello. Now, that's not a conversation, right? That's just them saying one thing. So what you would want to have happen is you could have some logic to the side. Logic asset. And we could bring up the asker then. So you speak to them, and speaking to them sends out a trigger message. So we'll say convo 1, and convo 1 will trigger our asker. Attributes, behaviors, asker. So convo 1 triggers our asker, and then I don't know if we can put player here. Can we put player in this? And we can get rid of the question and say, how are you? And sorry, never mind. Okay. And so we walk up and say hello. And then we would pick our response. And so it doesn't do player there like that. Did I set up player right? It's been a while since I always forget. That's actually the thing that's like held me back the most in doing like game programming, even though I've been dabbling in it forever, is I forget syntax easily if I don't use it. Okay, so I did use player correctly, but it doesn't say it there. Maybe if we put it in here. So instead of putting it as the speaker name, we put it as player responds. That's not how you spell responds. There we go. Kamisazi responds, so it did fill in my name there, and then you put it in there. Or you could say you say, or whatever, or what do you want to say? Make it a prompt, because you do have this box here. You can't get rid of this box, so you do have to pick one of those. And then we can keep on attaching more logics to this guy and put speech bubbles over his head, so that way he says more and more things. So let's add a speaker component to this one. And what was our option? A1. So we'll do convo 2. And then speaker is going to wait for message convo 2. And then good, thank you, is what he's going to say back. And then we overlap them. We gotta if he's an NPC walking around, we would probably want to actually attach it to him, so that way wherever he moves, the speech bubbles follow him. So the difficulty here is that you would have a whole bunch of these stacked up on top of each other to make it work correctly. So that's where it's important to make sure you name everything. So, you know, we'd say this would also be called Maximilian. Maybe we'd put like a tag in there to like remind us, you know, this is conversation part 1 or whatever. So as kind of like a note. And now when we reply to him, he says hello, and I say how are you, and he says good, thank you. So we would want to make sure that the speech bubble goes away, and we want to line it up. So you can use the speech bubbles, but like I said, it's going to be more complicated. In theory, we could line it up. Let's say let's put this basically where the player would stand. And so we're going to make this what the player says. I don't think I can name this player, but we can try. We can try. I gotta... Sorry. There was a moth landed on my leg. The bugs have been going nuts with how warm it's been, and they like to try to fly in through the AC. Let's see. What was I doing? Player. So convo 1, we interact. We get convo 2, and then it's gonna try to say our name above our head. So we want this logic to be attached to Maximilian. It's probably gonna be at the bottom. Okay. So now, when Maximilian turns, this should turn with him, and hopefully line up close to above our head, and we could work on the positioning. So he's going to look at target, and then we are going to respond, and it's going to say, how are you? And how are you? And so it's a little low, but we could put it a little bit higher. And then let's say we go to this side. How are you? And then it's overhead. So obviously it doesn't say our name. We could actually just not have the name there at all. And we would just assume that it's us saying it because it's over our head. Can I not put nothing as the name? Mm-hmm. I guess you have to have some name. Maybe you reply. So I mean, it's not great, but you could figure out something with it. So it's above our head. It would need to be a little bit lower. So we can do something like that. Other things you could do. Skyhand110 says, that's cool. However, I meant visually to have it look like a comic book as well as though bubbles and text boxes. So, people have done stuff like that before. They've done a whole bunch of custom graphics. You would need to make them show up facing the player the right way. So for the most part, I've only seen this in fixed camera angle games. Whoa! The text-to-speech thing is huge. And it's muted right now because I forgot. Sorry, Panda. I didn't have the sound on for that thing. From the last stream, I forgot it. What were you saying? How do you change the size on that? I guess I can text to speech. Oh, it's an alert, right? That's our. Would it be that? Can I shrink it? Try it again. I want to see what it looks like.
Where do you go to decide on block damage to players like give lava blocks damage abilities?
Okay. It would be nicer if it actually showed the text there instead of just the name. But lava blocks and stuff. So all of that stuff related to player components like health is now on the spawn points. So when you add feature, health, and now you have to click on this health and it brings out this new panel, and then you can do damage blocks and healing blocks. So we can do lava and healing blocks. We could do night sky or whatever. You know, I just thought about something. I wonder. And you can't really interact with anything while this panel's up. That always messes me up. Like I can't rotate the camera. I can't select or move things. You have to exit this panel. I'm kind of hoping that changes, just because it's weird. So if we make another one, what if I delete the health on that? Interesting. So, cool tidbit. You can change players' health attributes based on their team. So, if you wanted to create a team deathmatch game where there is spawn areas to protect the players, I'm thinking way back to like one of the earliest first-person shooters that I ever really got into is called Urban Terror. It's a Quake 3 mod, and it's not unlike well, it's a different kind of game. It's its own thing. You can use like parkour to jump up the sides of buildings and then power slide, but it's kind of older. I mean, it's definitely older. It's a Quake 3 mod, so it's pretty old. But I used to play the game a lot. And one of the features that it had was spawn protection points, where you spawned was like in a room with automatic doors that would shut, and inside that room was a turret. So if any enemies like snuck into your spawn point, the turret would like almost immediately destroy them. And that was just a way to give players like a chance to breathe when they would spawn, instead of what you have now with Call of Duty, where it's just you spawn and before you like pick up your gun, you're dead. Because that's everybody's favorite feature in Call of Duty. So you could totally create an area with blocks. Okay. I haven't tested this. Obviously, I just noticed this, but somebody should try it out. You could create a team that's healed by green blocks and a team that's healed by red blocks, and that they're damaged by the opposite blocks. So you create areas that are like safe zones for your team. You could also probably change. I mean, you could have a character that has no health. Yeah, so players on this team would have health, and players on this team wouldn't have health. Why you'd want that, I don't know. Maybe it's like a all players versus some bosses. So you have a team with a capacity of like 3, and they're the hunters or whatever, and everybody else is on team prey or whatever. And I don't know, like a sharks and minnows kind of thing or something. Except you can't change teams, so I mean, you could just create like an unfair scenario for that. Yeah, so that's pretty cool that you can change the health components. And like let's see, add feature, health, and let's say for this one, damaging blocks is lava. And for this one, damaging blocks is water. And let's flip it. Where's the regular water? There you go. Let's flip it and say that healing blocks is lava. And this one, healing blocks, is water. So now you've got a lava team and a water team. And let's add a VFX so we know which team we're on. Visual VFX. This is the lava team, right? Alright, I didn't set up the assigned teams. Yeah, so let's do assigned teams. Lava. Water. And this one is the lava team. Or sorry, this one's the water team because they're healed by it. Visual VFX. We're going to do blue fire. Hue. And okay. We got blue fire there. And then we're going to add feature, visual VFX, and fire, and hue, and more reddish. Okay. All right. So now we need some lava blocks. And some water blocks. All right, we are... Oh, we spawned in damage. Okay, so we are team water. We are healing. And we are getting damaged. And then if we spawn back in, we're still team water. Try it again. Oh, you know what? I didn't tell it to assign the other team. Assign team and lava. Alright, now we're fire team. And we're getting damaged by the water. We're getting healed by the lava. Slowly. And yeah, that works pretty well. That works exactly how I thought it would work. Sweet. So yeah. Use that mechanic somewhere. I don't know where. I'm excited for all these things, but I didn't realize that you could set up different health. I mean, it makes sense, but I didn't know that you could set up different health stuff. All right. Let's see. Going back through the chat. Whoa, loud. I did not like that. Oh, was the text-to-speech really loud? Did I turn it up too loud? Turn it a bit lower. It's difficult to test this thing because I have to like be live for it to work.
Testing.
How's that? Is that better? Hey Nervex, I'm sorry, I'm a bit behind in the chat. Panda was talking to Lauren Soul. I'll take great question. Do you have others as an answer as well? Let's see. Scan110 says, if not, how about Final Fantasy V showed conversation with the... Oh, yeah, so, sorry, I was kind of answering that, and then Panda distracted me. So, I have seen people do stuff like that, but only in fixed camera games for the most part, because you want to make sure that the player can actually see the conversation and that they're not looking the wrong direction. So, if you go to something like... Why isn't this working? Come on, there we go. Tree Musketeers. Actually, I think Tree Musketeers used the asker for the conversations. Let's see. This isn't gameplay, is it? Okay, well, you could do something like this. You could make an asset like this. But like I said, you really want to do like a fixed camera, so that way it's facing the player. So that way they don't have to change their camera to make sure that they can actually see the speech bubble. These effects weren't done in game though. They had in the actual gameplay. I don't know if they show it. In the actual gameplay, they have like this rodent guy be up close to the camera like that, and then the asker information bubble is like next to him. So whenever he's talking to you, it's you get that like that RPG overlay look to it. But because it's a fixed camera, you can know where the player's camera is going to be, and you can make sure everything is lined up to it. When you're using a 3D camera, they could be looking anywhere, so you could have that conversation start, and then they're not going to see what the characters are actually saying. But you can make assets that are speech bubbles, and you can put text over them and stuff like that. Tessin Pizza. Oh yeah, when I joined AU24K stream last night on max volume. As nothing beats Premiere, Adobe Premiere blowing my ears out, because there's a button where you can normalize the audio, so that way everything's kind of the same volume. And I clicked it, and I've never had any issues with it before, but for some reason this one audio clip, it's the little bring noise that plays at the beginning of the Game Jam videos that I use. For some reason it boosted that so many decibels. My ears were ringing for days afterwards. I mean, I probably already had tinnitus, and I probably have it even worse now, but it was literally painful. I flung my headphones off. Like, I jumped back in my seat. It was bad. It hurt a lot. I don't know why there's not some sort of limiter on it where it goes, oh, hey, we're going to be blasting like 150 decibels right into your ears. Maybe we shouldn't do that. And I had no way of knowing, because it's just like a 1 second clip, and it blasted. I was not happy after that. It was very painful. Why when I test things in multiplayer Game Maker they work well, and when I test with the playtest link they don't work at all? So the LOL blaming Panda. Yes, of course, it's always Panda's fault. So, PG Metaverse OG, I don't know if you're using this button up here. This will switch you to multiplayer mode. There are some things that work in single player and don't work in multiplayer. And when you're testing in this format, you know, the way we're testing it right now, basically everything's going to work because you're playing in single player. You know, the doors are going to work, interacting with characters is going to work. Single player is very forgiving in that most of the stuff will function, even if it technically shouldn't. even if it's, in a multiplayer situation, it wouldn't work. So multiplayer gets pretty complicated. There was a long-standing joke that people still use it that doing multiplayer is as simple as like flipping a switch, because a lot of times gamers go like, oh hey, why don't you make this game multiplayer? And the devs are like, oh, why don't I make it multiplayer? Let me just click the multiplayer switch. And of course, with the Sandbox, it is that easy to launch it as multiplayer. We just hit publish. Oh, not that one. We'll hit share in gallery, and then multiplayer experience. We just click that. That's easy, but it's not really that easy. You still have to make sure that your game mechanics work in multiplayer. So just because the network options are enabled doesn't mean that all the behaviors are going to work the way you expect. So you do have to make sure that your behaviors are using the correct type, and that they're sending messages to each other the correct way. So single player behaviors and components cannot send messages to multiplayer behaviors and components, and vice versa. They operate on two separate layers of logic. And you can see that as the local logic that is happening on your computer. So anything with a single player behavior component is happening just on your computer. And the multiplayer behaviors and components are happening on the server, and they're synchronized between everybody. So if you send a multiplayer message, it sends to the server and all players can be affected by it. And so things like quests and crowd mechanics, they interact with single player and multiplayer differently. Rules interact with those differently. And so there's a lot of stuff that you have to check to make sure that those things are communicating correctly. You have a projectile, multiplayer, and works well. Everything is with multiplayer logic, but when I pass to link test, it doesn't work at all. I'm not sure. I would have to look at what's actually happening. Maybe I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. So if you duplicate your experience, you can send it to me and I can try it out. So this would be a good use for the Senpai Alex thing. Let's see. So if you go to your experiences, and you click on, actually, sorry, you have to duplicate it from the Game Maker first. So, we go to main menu. Go to workspace. And then duplicate, and you can just say like send to Alex or whatever. And then when you are back on the dashboard, grab the transfer experience, and you can send it to Kamisazi, which is my username. It's the same way we spelled on the stream, Kamisawze. Send it to that, and it will show up in my experiences. Don't tell it to transfer me the assets. I don't need that, because I'm not going to try publishing it or anything. It's just for me to see the logic. So we can see what might be going on with that, and then you'd want to tell me like which part of like the projectile or what is not working. So yeah, things like I would say like it depends on how you are telling it to launch the projectile. Like if we look at something like the tanks game, the tanks game uses the left click and the right click, but every single player who spawns in uses a different spawn plate, and they're all assigned a team. So there's like, I think 20 teams in the game. And so even though you can only set a minimum of, or a maximum of a minimum maximum of 3 players. Um, Really, you only want one person on each team because their left click and right click goes through the rules system, and sends to the tag of like their tank to launch that projectile. Um, so if you're trying to use left click and right click, it's you're gonna need to like duplicate all that logic per team, because anybody who left clicks or right clicks on that team will control the projectile. So multiple people will be launching it. Things like that. There's a lot of nuances to getting something like that working. I haven't really messed with the projectile myself yet. Oh, I select a component. Start with experience, message required, projectile force, projectile trajectory, look at direction, true, apply gravity, destroy after collision, message on collision, trigger, BFX on start, trail BFX destroy is visible during gameplay. Oh, I landed on it. So I think we want to turn off the start with experience. So then we can. Is it exploding on me? Yeah, I don't think I've used the projectile at all yet. Destroy after collision, so we're gonna turn that off. Oop. Can we get some more options? Maybe if we do it when we put down. Pickable. And message on drop. And that's going to be our launch. It really doesn't like launching this tree, does it? Let's make it something smaller. That's cool. We can just keep on throwing it around. You know, you can make like a football game with something like this. So I'd have to say, like, at like what point is it not working? That's what we would want to figure out. So when you want to test something like this, you want to figure out which parts aren't working in multiplayer. If just nothing at all is happening, then there may be some bigger bug going on. But if like something is happening, but like not everything is happening correctly, then we have to start trying to isolate like which which thing is not behaving the way that is expected, or maybe like your idea of how it's supposed to work isn't the way that it actually works. So we have to figure out what's going on with that. Now, since it's working in single player, then you should have like an idea of, you probably already have an idea of how it works correctly. And then it's just not working in multiplayer. We want to see like what messages are being sent or not being sent. So what I like to do for something like that is I will make other objects have like a VFX on them or something. So that way, when a message triggers, I can know if the message went off correctly. So you can have a VFX and make sure that it's using the right tags. It doesn't have to be a VFX. It could be a sound. It could be a speaker component. It could be anything, but just something that you can know that the message sent. So if the projectile object is not behaving in the way you want, you at least know where the chain of logic is breaking and can work on that bit. Nervix says, can anyone refresh my memory on command to subtract health from player? So it changed did it change in 0.9? It's now just a message. So if you make a message broadcaster, anything that can send a message can do this. Pretty much, I think. So message to send, you actually want to select health. You see how it's blue? The blue ones are special messages related to different kinds of game functions. So they're buffs and debuffs. So attack power, damage resistance, health, oxygen, speed are the buff and debuff messages. And so if you do health, you can do it to negative 1,000 or positive 1,000. And it will have that effect on any assets that it sends to that tag or that range or however you set it up. It's the same way you set up any other message to send to a tag or a range or players. Dankoy says, during the devs AMA, Alma said that the projectile was developed more for turrets than for use in pickables and weapons. Has she been following all our engagement with the weapon? I don't, I work from home. I don't work in an office. So I can't really say who follows what engagements and whatnot, because they live on the other side of an ocean from me. And honestly, like, as much as I like the Game Maker team, I don't really work with them directly that much. I've had some really great conversations with Alma, but we don't talk to each other, even every week, because I'm on the art team. So most of what I do is focused on like art, community management, and stream stuff, marketing. So as far as what the Game Maker team or Alma specifically is seeing you do, I don't know. I know that something like was it Tiny Turrets Mayhem? Is that what it's called? The one that's on the gallery. Not the gallery, the map. It really doesn't like that smaller window size. Tiny Tanks Mayhem? Tiny Tank Mayhem. So this is an official Sandbox experience. This is made by our level designers internally. So I would assume that Alma has seen it. I think what Alma means is that the projectile behavior has not been developed to like be an extension of the player. So if you are making it something that's movable and controllable, it's not optimized for that. So like we have, our attack functions as a player. and that's its whole own system. If you were to do something like a first-person shooter or a third-person shooter, you would want that to be very closely tied to the 3C of the player. That's the characters, control, and I just forgot what the other C is. Character, control, and the other C, whatever it is. So you want that very tied into like the movement of the player, where the camera is aiming, and that kind of becomes its own system attached to controlling the player. Whereas the projectile behavior is not attached to the player, it's attached to other objects in the world. And while you can manipulate those objects as a player, they're not really designed to respond to where the player is aiming, how the player is moving around. So your mileage may vary. You can definitely do stuff with them. I mean, we've been seeing people do cool stuff with them even on staff, like Tiny Tanks Mayhem. But the effectiveness of those and how well they perform with a whole bunch of players in a space, you may not get the results that you want out of that. It doesn't mean it can't be done. It's just not what it was built to do. So a lot of times, and this is what I love about the Sandbox and Sandbox games in general, and tools like this, is that we can use the tools however we want. Like, nobody's saying, no, you can't use the projectile behavior as a player weapon. Obviously you can, and we've released official content based around that. But it's not what it was designed for. So a lot of times we are using the handle of a screwdriver as a hammer. Camera, thank you. The third C is camera. Camera, control, and character, which refers to like the motion and stuff. Hey, Vox Machina Studios, welcome to the chat. How you doing? So yeah, we've done some cool stuff with the projectiles to be used as player controlled items, but like Alma said, that's not what it was made to do. So it may or may not work the way that you want it to in that scenario. And I think it implies that there may be more features coming out that are player centric. I'm hoping there are. I've been talking about making stuff like but the word just left my brain. Not MOBAs, like PUBG and Fortnite. Battle Royales. Making Battle Royales in the Sandbox. We've been talking about that for a long time. Since like the earliest ad that I saw for the Sandbox when I applied to be in the Creative Fund, I think mentioned Battle Royales. Obviously, we're not there yet, but we're working in that direction. I'm still hopeful for it. Go West redeemed a cushy sofa. Panda, how many of these cushy sofas do we have to redeem? Panda says no. Are we all out? It was limited to 1. Well, we've given away 3 on stream, so we're gonna have to figure that out. Something broke the limit. Panda says stop redeeming it. Maybe we'll give away something else. If we can't fulfill those, we'll replace with something else. Maybe we'll have some options for you. Both Go West and Ian can have something else 100%. You can also return the channel points. Okay. That sounds like an option. Not Jackie Chan says, haven't heard much about Oracle Scientists and Heroes lately. I'm still ready to lead the hero area charge. So I think I don't know how much we'll be revisiting those. I don't think it's currently the focus for our narrative team to focus on those things. I personally love the heroes, oracles, and scientists. I want to see more content with them. But you know, it's not up to me. You can build those things. I don't know how many. There's some of those assets in there. If you look at basic, well, there's not a lot. There's a few. There's a few oracles is my favorite team. I love the style of these things. So yeah, I don't think there's plans for them right now, but I would love to see them come back personally. All right. So we were working on building a game here. Let's see. I was gonna change the speed on all of these things. So, can I change it on multiple at the same time? I believe I can. So if I select all of these, I should be able to change the opening and closing speed on all of them. We're gonna go with opening fast and closing fast. I like that a lot better. I didn't hear it click on the close, though. It's supposed to click on both the open and the close. Let's see. Play sound. Generic button. On close and opened. Door 3. It is closing, so the timer's working. Close, door 3. I'm actually not sure why we didn't hear the sound. Right now the battles are gonna rage on in your head. Yep, I know what you mean. Let's see. Open, message on close, message to close, it's close, and message to play, it's close. Maybe I just didn't hear it. Oh, it does play. Okay. I guess, like, where the camera was or something, I just didn't hear it that time. Did I? I swear I fixed these. I don't know if I didn't save. I think some of these other ones were messed up too, right? Oh, why is it like that? All right, we're gonna save. All right, the doors are fixed. Sound is bugged to only play once right now. It did just work though. I don't know. If it didn't work, if it doesn't work, I don't know why. If it is working, I also don't know why. It's set up correctly, and it didn't work, and then it did work. Did I mint these? Oh no, it's my workspace. That's why. It shows up in both. Interesting. I just want like a half block step. What's an asset I can use as just a little step? Just a little boost. Oh, maybe I could use the billboard as like a ramp. It's a little narrow. Why a multiplayer game when one player dies, all players die too? They don't have to. It would be if you're sending a message. Game Maker just crashed. Not for me. I'm still up. I'm still safe. I hope it's not contagious. So when if you're sending a message, it will kill all the players depending on how you sent it, and you can send it different ways. So let's say that we're using the health component, and we've set a instant death message of kill, which is the default. If you send a message to kill, it's going to kill all players, right? And you want to be able to filter that down to the specific player that it's for. So if you do a multiplayer, there we go. If you do a message broadcaster of kill, and then you edit the logic and you look at like how you set it up. Okay, everyone in range. So every player, actually not even just every player, everything that has a kill message is going to die in that range, right? Even this deer here. So let's if we put it here, we're gonna say wait before broadcast, and we're going to interact. And we're gonna make it so the deer doesn't run away. You know, it would help if I could actually see the object. So we're gonna replace this with pin cart. Okay. So I interact with this pin cart. Everything in range dies that has a health component with that kill message. Now, let's say we add a tag. So we put deer on the tag, and then we edit the logic and we broadcast to specific tags in range. Then we can add the deer tag, and it should only affect the deer, not us. It didn't kill us, it killed the deer. Now, if you wanted to have it kill certain players, you could kill based on the team. So let's say we assign a team. Fire that we had before. And then anytime we spawn somebody with that team, then they're going to have this fire tag. Okay, so everybody on the fire team has a fire tag, everybody on the water team has a water tag, etc., etc. And now we change this to send only to fire team. And now it's going to kill us, but this deer, we'll say, is on the deer team. Okay, so it got us and not the deer. So that's how you can kind of filter between players. You can reduce this range, so you can make it kill only people in that specific range. You can also, I believe, in this case, it was with lava. So one player was getting damage from lava, and it was hurting all the other players, even if they weren't in the lava. Because that sounds like a bug, like a game engine bug. That's unusual. So let's say we have the health on this deer. We're going to do damaging blocks, lava. And we're going to put down some lava here. And we're going to edit the avatar to have damaging blocks of lava. Now, obviously, this isn't another player, so maybe it'll work differently. So if I take damage from the lava, it shouldn't hurt the deer. This would be the expected way that this would work. So if you're playing a multiplayer game and you jump in lava and the rest of your team is hurting, that's unusual. That would be a new bug for me. Now, as far as if you wanted to have like a interaction with a character hurt the player, you know, I don't know if I've done one like this before. Let's say we do an asker. You know, you could probably make it a single player. If you wanted to have like a quest and an NPC hurts the player, I think you could make a single player message. So let's actually do message broadcaster. Health. And edit logic. So we say everyone in range, but then we can we do multiplayer health? I don't think so. Single player health. Synchronized. Yeah, so health can only be... Oh, wait, because we have prey here. So we do multiplayer health. And if we do a single player and then we simulate multiplayer... So they're in range, but it's a multiplayer component, and then we wait before broadcast, and we do interact. I think it should just damage the player and not the deer. It might not even damage the player, honestly. So it's not damaging me. What if we switch this to multiplayer? Oh, I have to turn it off first, and then turn it back on. Yeah, so now it gets both of us. So as a player, our health component is a multiplayer health component. So you can't modify it with a single player message. I mean, it even says that, actually. Multiplayer help. So if you wanted to just hurt one player, I feel like there was a way to like return to sender, basically. You can have a single player message sent to rules, then that rule sends out to message for multiplayer. Will it though? I seem to remember trying something like that and it not working right. And we don't want multiplayer death, we want single player death, right? We're trying to affect just the player that's interacting. So what you can do, I think I got this to work before. If we do speaker, detect entity, and then message to send, we'll do health. No, I think that'll still do it. I killed the deer, but not me. How did that work? Oh, because I took off my health component, didn't I? Yeah, because I don't have health. I'm invincible. Now it should kill me. Yeah, as soon as I spawn, basically. Did anyone get multiple 6+ small amounts of sand 4 to 4.9 deposited into their account about 10 hours ago? I don't know. I don't know, Go West. If you kill it, you gotta eat it. I mean, I could eat some deer. It's been a long time. Did you possibly get a reward from something and then just forgot? The thing to do in that case is to check like where you got it from, who sent it to you. My last transaction was 2 days ago. So I did not get any sand. Could have been like a reward distribution from something previously catching up. I think Panda, I think they finished all the Builders Challenge 1 reward distributions, right? So you got the sand deposited because you were selling assets to them? Maybe somebody saw something you made and they wanted to buy it. The wallet that sent the money also sold items like a dump. I don't know. You can you have me for DMs, right? Try sending me send me the wallet address and I'll look into it. All right. So we got our doors working. We wanted to have this room kind of filled with like a misty fog. So we're gonna do. It didn't already have a mist. It had like a green. There was like green smoke. Neurotoxin. Oh right, I was trying to find stairs. Maybe use a wall as a ramp. Okay, it's got those. But we kind of want to haze through the whole room. But we needed to figure out the stair situation here. That's what it was. So I was looking at props, basics. So we could use a wall as a ramp or a step. There's just like not a lot of stairs. You could always use tiles. How big is this? Just use that and then push it down in. Yeah, that's okay. Maybe up a little bit. All right. Works smoothly. I think we need one on the other side, right? All right, that works. Oh, my neck. All right. The mist. So we're gonna put a VFX logic. And area mist ground. Okay, you make it bigger. Can we make it bigger, or is it just in the area of this mist? I think it's just in the area. Oh, we can do a radius area. And a color. Nice. What color is this coming out of the ceiling here? FFFF00. I even feel better after that neck pop. Yeah, I mean it's I blame doing karate in my youth for everything always cracking. I've been able to basically pop all of my joints every hour on the hour. Not literally, but feels like it. Since I was in high school. Some people get bothered by it a lot, and for me it's just natural. My wife's exactly the same way. F 0 1. He's like toxic. All right. So we're gonna put one here. far does it reach into the tunnel? Not really at all. That's good. Okay, and then we can duplicate it. And duplicate it again, and we'll place it lower. That's... Why does the lighting affect it that way? That's like really a huge difference between that and that. I wonder if there's a better... It's like it's being affected by the direction of the lighting, even though we're like in shade anyway. You're gonna get arthritis, so the old people of my day used to say. I mean, if I was gonna get arthritis from it, I think it would have started about 20 years ago. People used to say that to me too. I crack like every single joint in my body and in mine. Yeah, for me, it's mostly my my fingers. I crack my fingers all the time, and my neck sometimes. But everything else always cracks too, and like I can't help it. It's just like I move and it happens. You know, I force the fingers because they get real tense if I don't do it. So, but everything else is just a matter of moving makes it crack. I can't help it. I'm a crack. That would make me a corn tortilla chip. All right. Let's just see if there's a different one. What happened to all the pictures? Did these ones not have them? Dust is not good enough. A multi-grain cracker. See. Smoke bomb. Why is it green smoke specifically? Wait, it says smoke there, but it said green smoke here. Where'd it go? Huh. You can change the color on it, though. It's not green smoke anymore. I think it being called green smoke here is an accident. Smoke bomb. Ooh. Oh, that's cool. It's pretty. I think cracking Knuckles' arthritis thing is a myth. It is. They know why Knuckles crack and why other joints crack. It's I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's like bubbles in the membrane that's between bones, because you've got stuff in there. So the arthritis is like when that membrane wears down and the bones are like grinding against each other. But you releasing the bubbles from that doesn't make it wear down. It just relieves pressure on your joints. And I believe there was somebody who did an experiment with themselves where they refused to crack one hand and cracked the other hand for, I think, potentially years, to see if there's any difference between their joints at the end of that time. And there was no real difference between it. It just, one hand was uncomfortable all the time. I think the ground mist is the best we're gonna have for that. Area mist ground. Here we go. I wonder if see, the funny thing is, like, you can okay, it does seem to be affected a bit. How do you resist to do that? I imagine they might have like worn some sort of like brace to keep it still. It's weird that the lighting's different in the editor from playing it. I wonder if it has to do with our like sky effects, like our ambient lighting. Weird tangent story about resisting moving something while you're asleep. The day before my wedding, it was either the day or like 2 days before my wedding, I was trying to modify an extension cord, and not electrically. I don't do that. I'm not an electrician. I don't know that much about electricity. I don't trust myself to do that kind of thing. But it was a thick appliance extension cable, so it's designed for like if you need to put a microwave somewhere where you don't have an outlet right there. You're not supposed to use an extension cord, but this particular kind of extension cord is thicker and designed for more current going through it or whatever. So I wanted to use that because we didn't have enough outlets in our apartment for me to put this microwave where it made sense on the counter. And when you've got a thick plug like that, oftentimes there's like an extra little nub for you to like grab onto with your thumb to pull it out of the outlet successfully. And the problem was that little nub was getting in the way of the other thing that needed to plug into the next outlet, and it was a grounded one, so you couldn't like flip it over. And it's just like a little nub of rubber. It was simply there as a thing to like grab onto when plugging and unplugging the thing. So you can cut it off if you want to. They don't tell you can, but you know, it's just a piece of rubber that's on the plug. So I was taking a box cutter to it, trying to get this little rubber nub off of there, so that way we could use the rest of the outlet without it getting blocked up. And I I don't know. It must have been the way I was holding it, but my hand slipped. You can actually still have... Is that the same scar? I've got a bunch of gnarly scars on this one hand, and I'm trying to remember. It must, yeah, it was definitely this one. I don't know if you can see it. You see the little line going that way? That's you can really see it that way. My hand slipped, the knife slipped off the rubber nub, and I whacked the X-Acto blade through my knuckle, and I lacerated the tendon sheath, which meant that I almost lost the mobility of my thumb, because the tendon is kind of like in a tube, like a straw. And so I cut open the tube, but I didn't cut the tendon. So they said I was very lucky that I missed that, because that's my spacebar jumping thumb. I need that thumb to play games. I had to have my thumb in a brace. So all my wedding photos, I have a thumb up with like a big piece of like gauze wrapped around and a metal splint, I think, metal splint over my thumb to keep from moving it. So I was just perpetually, for my wedding day, just was in a constant thumbs up, and I had to have that thing on for over a week, I think, and I couldn't move it. And it was, I mean, it wasn't the worst thing in the world, but it was uncomfortable. But one night, my hand twitched while I was asleep, and I just woke up screaming because I couldn't move it a lot because it was being held in place by the splint. But the pulling against it like pulled things inside the thumb that didn't want to move because they were still healing, and that was not a fun way to wake up. Just feeling like my thumb was getting ripped off. So that's a fun story. Yeah. Moving on. So we've got I just really wish you could see the smoke better when you come in here. Or the fog, the mist. Like, you can see it, but it's not like super visible. Especially if you turn to look that way. I think that's what bothers me the most, is that you look that way and then you like just can't see any of it. You know, I wonder if I wonder if a skylight. How thick is this thing? There we go. I wonder if some light makes a difference. Did our lightning stop working? Did I not save that? I'm gonna be real mad if I didn't save that. That doesn't make a difference. Rotate the VFX asset. You know, I was wondering if that would make a difference. I feel like it won't, but it is worth a shot. There's some weird construction up here. But I mean, you can't see any of it. It doesn't really matter. Is it this one? I wonder if the dust affects it. No, that didn't seem to make a difference. I mean, it is what it is. You know, we can't really do much about that. There's only so many options with that one. The lightning. Why isn't the lightning playing? Lightning. Time 2. Oh, is it because I have multiplayer on? Did I set that up with single player messages? Oh no. Oh no. It's probably an easy fix. This is multiplayer. So this is what I was talking. Yeah, it is single player visual effects. So this is what I was talking about earlier. I don't know if who was asking about it? PG. I don't know if PG is still watching. But this is what I meant about, you know, sometimes if we use the wrong multiplayer single player combination, it can end up with undesirable results. Multiplayer. Oh, not rarity. But visual effects. There we go. Oh no, we didn't save the thing. Ah. Eh. I think it's because I selected something else in between. Stunned. No, not stunned. Why does it have stunned? I'm gonna have to set it back up. Let's see. Why do I keep on selecting rarity? Where's the... Because it's visual FX, not VFX. That's... I keep on clicking the wrong thing. Lightning... Let's see if I can remember. Okay, it was time... Turn on was time 2, I think. Right? Where's the light? Message turn on is time 1. That's, but on in this case is the black light turning on. So we actually want it to be time 2, time 1. Spawn zone size. Gosh, I don't remember what these settings were. Wait, what if I just go back? We didn't save. We might need to put the fog VFX, but those were a lot less complicated to set up. I think I saved those though. It's weird hearing the Game Maker music and the background music at the same time. Okay, those are still there. And if we go over to the lights, our little starfish. Lightning. All right, I'm gonna take a screenshot of those settings so I don't have to remember them. Hey, and I didn't even have to. So I think what happened is because I selected a different component, I accidentally selected the rarity VFX. It like reset all the things. But usually when you switch between single player and multiplayer, it remembers what you had set up. Hey, not Jackie Chan. I mean, Yumali talks. Oh, my step is gone. Didn't I do the step before the fog? Oh, okay. Well, I have to put the fog back then. Oh, it was the area dust effect that I was seeing there. That's what it was. But these changes are fast and easy. I'd much rather have that VFX be back exactly the way I had it because it looked really good and I was very happy with it. So what were we doing for the step? It was the top of a wall. Which wall? Props. Not that one. This one. I think it doesn't matter. And drop it down. Doop, doop, doop. Up halfway. Good. And the other side. There we go. And put those fog VFX back. Mist with radius area of 20 and a color of FFFF00. Apply, play, and we're back in business. The spider business, that is. Duplicate. It's here. And do one more. Two more, I mean. One down below. We need some sort of bzz noise there. Alright, this mist is too low. Raise it up a bit. So the thing that I have to do behind the scenes, without revealing the secrets to you, is I have to put some sort of Easter egg in this space. And have it connect up to a hub that we're going to build. So that way when you play all 8 other games, you unlock something cool in the middle. But only if you know the secrets. See, this is a cool look too. Like, I think I'd like this better than this because this is just too much. But I would like it to be a bit more intense, kind of like that. But without the diagonal slices through it. But this is a cool look just on its own. But we're not going to be able to spend a lot of time in here because we're gonna pass out. So we need to put a door. I don't think we can fit that door in there. Can we just fit it at the end? Okay, maybe if we build out some blocks in there. One-way mirror with that effect. A one-way window. What do you mean? What's interesting is, like, it doesn't look like that this way either. Like, this is what I would expect it to look like. But I think it's like it's mixing with the different lighting settings in the experience. And then we're going to put the door there, but we're going to duplicate it from one of the doors we made earlier. Oh, wait. I was off a block from where I wanted to be. I wanted it to line up with this pillar. just so we can see where it is better when we're outside the tunnel. All right, let's go and duplicate ourselves a door. We'll need that sign for the timer. From one direction you can see through, but from the other you can't. I mean, Mist kind of behaves that way because, well, that's like why you're not supposed to use your high beams while you're driving in fog, right? Because it bounces the light back to you. But if you're on the receiving side of it, you can see better, kind of. There's actually a setting in Magica Voxel where you can like determine whether fog like bounces light back towards you more or more away from you. And I always struggled to like understand that one correctly. So you can see that now our door nicely caps around the meter blocks, which it didn't do before. All right, now this one's going to need to be... How many doors do we have? Can we filter by tags? Tags. Door. Door 1. Door 2. Door 5. Door 4. Door 4. Door 3. So this one needs to change to door 6. It'd be nice if we could see what the tag is from here. And this one's going to send to door 5. Oh, we could have just looked at the tags. That would have told us. All right. We can leave this as the sign out here. We don't need to change it because we can't see it. You know, I think I'm actually going to lower the door so you can see the top of the frame. Searching by message is OP and I love it. Yeah. It is a great thing to have to refresh your memory on stuff now. There we go. That looks better. I don't really like that those things are going through the floor, but you know, it's what we got to work with. I'd rather see the top there than worry about what's at the bottom. Save. And now we need something to make the player kind of pass out. But speaking of passing out, I should probably get up and stretch. So we are going to play Panda's News of the Week. And we'll be back with you. I'll be back with you in a minute. 4 minutes. 4.5 minutes. Something like that. You're back.
Hello and welcome to the Sandbox News of the Week. I do apologise that we haven't had a News of the Week video for a little while, but we do have one this week. We have a few events here that you can go check out and some contests, but let's jump right into the events. So we still have the Fist of the North Star Dystopian Universe. This is a transformation event. If you own the Fist of the North Star avatars, there are reward pools for you. Take part in the transformation event, and there's an exclusive reward just for transforming. This reward pool increases for every transformation that happens, and fun NFT prizes. So do check this event out. It ends on June 17th. Next up, we have Biogen Art Museum by Agoria. This is open to all players, 15k to everybody that participates and completes all objectives. Go check out this experience. It is very pretty. We then have Play CU with Milk. This is open to all players. Once again, a 15k sand reward prize for everybody that completes the objectives. Go check this out. Make sure to read all about the contest and the requirements to get the rewards, because there are some additional rewards right here, so definitely do go check that out. We have the City Jam Paris. So these are a different type of game jam focused on a particular city. This one is Paris. This is completely community-led voting. So you will need to hop over to the forum, submit your submissions that way. There is no actual gameplay requirement, so you just need to make sure that your experience has elements of Paris within it. Next up, we have the live VoxEdit contest coming to you on Sunday at 2 p.m. UTC. This is a 3-hour contest where you need to create based on the theme and the select colour that I give you during the start of the live stream. So I can't wait to see what you guys create alongside me within this live VoxEdit contest. For our mentions of the week, the first mention goes to Hedong, somebody who has placed a lot within the top 10 of our VoxEdit contest with this amazing mech character. Friggin' awesome. Definitely make sure to check out Hedong. Also, experience mention goes to Boop Goop for this lovely social hub. So definitely hop into Boop Goop's social hub. And another one of the experiences for the mentions of the week go to Run Panda Pong. Amazing experience, lots of fun. Definitely go check this one out. And also, don't forget to be rating those experiences. As soon as you have finished playing an experience, you can go back to it and you can rate it out of 5 stars. You can even go over to the comment section and leave yourself a comment right there. We will have a full VoxEdit contest coming to you soon. Keep your eyes peeled over on the VoxEdit Twitter. Also, don't forget about the monthly avatar drop. There, if you own an avatar from one of our official collections, go check out your claims. These are only claimable up until June 30th. If you collect the whole set, that is the legs, arms, chest, and head, by the end of the month, then you will be rewarded with the sword, shield, and a bonus 10 sand. So definitely go trade with your friends or go buy them over in the marketplace. you can alternatively join our live streams where we are giving away some of these pieces of equipment. Oh my goodness, how amazing. So make sure you're checking those claims and claiming them before June 30th because they will go away. Your claims will also have it based on your local time. So for me, my local time is the claim will expire June 30th, 2024, 5 p.m. Now back to your regular scheduled content!
Hey, that's me. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. All right. Where were we? What were we doing? I don't even remember. This is why I don't take breaks. I forgot what I was doing. Let's see. We got the mist in. We got the door in. We need something to make the player pass out when they walk through. So they'll get to, like, they can get here and they'll be fine. But if they get here, it's gonna kill them. Arts. What? Is that what the gas is? Oh, what if we put some of these VFX like on either side of the door? So they're like, bam, they're right there in your face. Yeah, let's do that. We should have some sort of like vent or something. Through a thermal camera? What? Okay, but it doesn't necessarily need to be as thick. Or half sphere. What is that? I don't know what that does. Emissive multi. Can we make it brighter? Oh, we can make it. Can I make it? Whoa! What if we do? Whoa! It's like radioactive. Right. Add some turbulence. That's fun. This looks like an accident at the Make-A-Bear factory. What is that called? It's not Make-A-Bear. What is it? Build-A-Bear. It's like an accident at the Build-A-Bear factory. Just fluff flying everywhere. Candyland. So I was wondering if we could just make it a little more transparent. It feels weird, man. And let's do a wind direction. Let's have it kind of blow out. Ugh, I don't know what these coordinates mean exactly. Let's just see where it goes. -2. Okay. Whoa. That's a little strong. -1. A bike ride? It's 77 TV. It's a Pepe Ga? Meaning, well, you're doing it like feels bad, man, but it feels weird, man. Have fun on your bike ride, Panda. Okay, that feels like a good wind direction. Let's add just a little bit of turbulence. With a Pee Wee Herman bike. No, because Panda's British. Of course she's going to be on a penny farthing bike. See, I don't know that the wind direction really makes a difference if you can just rotate the asset. Like, I mean, I guess if you can change, if you can transition it from one to another. Can you even do that? Transition it from one state to another? I don't think so. I do love making maps. This for me is like some of the most fun that I have in the sandboxes, is actually making this stuff. Like, I can just do this all the time. Alright, we're gonna rotate it down slightly. And then put it up in the vent. And duplicate. And move it over. And duplicate. Move it over. So we're gonna say that all this toxic green stuff is actually like spider suppressant. This is what keeps the spiders asleep. Is that one always rotated like that? I don't remember it sticking out like that. wonder if I accidentally did something with that. I feel like it looks better with them going down and then like sticking that far out. All right, so we got that. We need something to make the player pass out. So we're gonna do a logic asset, and it's gonna be a sensor volume. We'll also have it like slow you down. So we're gonna add a trigger volume. And when we enter, hey, Sophie Dolly, glad you're starting to build. That's what this is all about. We're gonna change this to a box. I did not start this from scratch. This is using the space template. I don't remember what it's called. We can take a look at it in a second. This is one of the presets in the Sandbox game, but we did make a lot of changes to it. So we've added some gallery levels. We added a whole swimming area where we swim in the liquid oxygen storage. We made some modifications to these hallways and stuff. Right now we're editing the alien spider room, so that way players can't spend too much time in there. They're gonna pass out. So we're gonna make it tall enough that players can't avoid it by climbing up something. Width-wise, that's pretty good. Let's we can actually just move it out to right here. And then lengthwise, we gotta make sure that we get all the way to the ends of the room. Is this Z or nope? Okay, it's going all the way to the end of the room on both sides? Or just one side? Basically, we don't want any player being able to run in here too fast and surviving it. You know, I was thinking of having it to gradually decrease the player's health, but if they're wearing enough speed and health equipment, they'd still be able to run around for a long time. And we really just want to envelope this room in mystery. So I think it really should just kind of get rid of the player as soon as they enter this spot. Where'd our object go? There it is. Thank you, Sophie Dolly. Yeah, so I do this 2 times a week. Stream for 4 hours on Tuesdays and 4 hours on Fridays, usually. This Friday, we're going to cut it a little bit short because we're going to be doing the groups play stream with me and Panda and Lucas, whoever else, playing user-generated multiplayer games in the sandbox. And yeah, we like to have a good time. All right, so we're just gonna put this here by the door. So basically, as soon as they walk in, they set this thing off. So it should trigger like a timer and then kind of like, oh, I don't feel so good. It would be funny if we could have an invisible platform come and squish you so you like lay down, but it would mess with the camera. I really wish we could force animations on players, but we can't do that yet. All right, so no exit message needed. Basically, as soon as you walk here, you're gonna be like, I don't feel so good, and pass out. Now I don't remember. Does the multiplayer asker get triggered for all players? I don't remember. All right, so now everybody on this side of the airlock should get killed by that. All right, so enter message is going to be gas. Be tuning in to learn more. Great, happy to have you on board. I will let you know we do have cooler features on Twitch. You're welcome to watch on YouTube or Twitter, wherever. But we do have more interactive things that happen on Twitch if you want to watch there. All right, so we've got our box detection area. Enter message is gas. And Go West, they can't see you unless you're unless they already are there. Go West says, come over here. We don't need an exit message. Broadcast type all. Broadcast duration once. I guess we could say
come over here.
There you go. Now they can hear that though. And that's what I mean by cooler interactive features on Twitch. We don't need the speaker name. Yep, same account name on Twitch, the Sandbox Game. Wherever you want to watch. We're on Twitch, Twitter, and Facebook. Not Facebook, YouTube. Facebook was a cesspool of bots and annoying stuff. It's that we never had a good time streaming on Facebook. We did it a long time ago, and virtually no good engagement from Facebook. Everything there was spam bots, or people just being rude for no reason. Maybe I should lay down. Message. Pass out. And I guess we do need a health component for that. Thanks for watching, Sir Alekin. We'll see you next time. Pass out. Everyone in range. So we're gonna need to put a pass it out here. Add feature, health, and edit logic. Not edit logic. Click on the health. Instant death message, pass out. Defines if your asset can receive attack damage or not. That's cool. Wait, does that mean... When did that get added? Has that been in 0.10? I never noticed that before, so... Because it looks like Invincible is gone. Can we still change it with other things? Health. Edit logic. Instant death message would be interact. Immune to attacks. Defines if your asset can receive attack damage or not. So we can't attack it, but we can kill it with interact. When did... I haven't heard anybody talking about that. That's nice. We've needed that. Because the invincible just was like, well, why even have a health component if it's invincible? Right? Because there was like nothing you could do to it. Now I can do that. Or that. Immune to attacks is so much better than invincible was. Sweet. Yay! I didn't notice that change before. Cool. Alright. Edit logic. Health. So we're gonna pass out. So the death delay, we might want it to be a little bit longer, I think, because that fade to black is like really fast. So let's see if this does what we want. We should save, just in case. Save. Alright, let's go this way. And down here. And nothing's happening. Okay, so I didn't set up something right with the message there. Not Jackie Chan says hi to Selfie Dolly. I don't know if they moved or not. They may be on Twitch now. I don't know. Oh, no, they're still on YouTube. Not Jackie Chan's been a frequent viewer for a long time now. We even had Not Jackie Chan on the stream a long time ago. We were talking about the game you built, right? Thank you for joining us on Twitch. Not Jackie Chan is Yuma Lee Talks over there. But they always preferred YouTube, I think. Alright, so we entered the message, gas. Oh, message required interact. I never changed that. That would be why. Sophie Dolly's now on Twitch. Alright. Twitch is where the real fun happens. You get special bonus points, unlock prizes and stuff. I don't feel so good. Maybe I should lie down. What is with that fade out? Is it always like that? can we adjust that? Because the fade out didn't used to always happen. That's a newer thing. And I don't know how much we can do to adjust it. All right, so we actually want the gas to start a timer, I think. Timer has to be another behavior, right? So not Jackie Yuma. Something like that. All right, let's we're just gonna make this our timer here because it's there. It's convenient. Timed event. Broadcast type is actually, you know what? We don't want to do that because if somebody runs fast enough, they might escape our space. And we do want to knock them out within a certain time frame. Or we want to knock them out based on that position, not just on a timer, because if we do it on a timer, they might be outside of our zone, and if we make that zone bigger, we can knock out other players who are not where we want to be knocking them out. So I think I'm okay with the way that works. But we do need to change how quickly the camera changes, I think. What if we set the death delay to 3? Completely new. What is an NFT gate? So, I don't know if you're familiar with NFTs in general, but the Sandbox as a platform supports NFTs. So, a lot of the assets that you have, you can, a lot of the assets you see, you can digitally own. So, like, a bunch of these come with the Game Maker. So, like, these columns and these railings and these chairs are all built into the game making tool. But I've bought a whole bunch of assets. You can see if I go to my wallet, these are all things that I own. I've got all sorts of different equipments and buildings and characters and effects and stuff. And I can put these in games that I make. So an NFT gate, there's NFT gating and NFT sensors. An NFT gate means that when somebody goes to play your game, in order to enter the game, they need to be holding on to a certain token, whether it's from an avatar collection or if it's a specific asset like a season pass or something. They need to own that in order to enter the game. But then the NFT sensor allows you to do that kind of gating from inside the game, so they can enter a game, but then where's sensor? Oh, it's under components, right? An NFT sensor will let you sense if somebody has certain things, and then you can make other logic happen because of that. So you can either have a door that's locked unless they own an NFT of the key. You could have a quest that only starts if they have gotten a certain pass, so they can play the rest of the game, but there are certain things that they only have access to because of the NFT. Yeah, so NFT gates for the whole experience, whether you can enter at all. NFT sensor is for whatever logic you want to put in the game that's only for those NFTs. You can make a VIP area, you can make a care package of special equipment or potions or whatever. There's all sorts of stuff that you can, basically anything you can do in the game, you could lock it behind an NFT sensor. Any individual piece of logic can be locked behind that, because it works with just the regular message system the way all these assets communicate with each other. So it just puts a little logic in there to go, do they have this? If they don't, you can prompt them. It'll show them like a, hey, you could go buy this here, or it'll let it pass through. All right, so we're passing out. Oh, I was gonna see if the 3 seconds was long enough. Yeah, everything in here is made in VoxEdit. So, I mean, you can use other voxel tools. Like, I like modeling in Magica Voxel. So it doesn't matter how long the delay is. The fade to black is after you respawn, no matter what. That is weird. I don't think we have a way to change that. Mm-hmm. I mean, you could... Okay, we could probably set up a... I think it would trigger for everybody, wouldn't it, if we faded to black? Unless we do it just in that area. I think the VFX would affect everybody in the area. So I can't really think of a way to... Yeah, post-processing happens for everybody. Sky hand 110 says nice. I'm not sure what it was to specifically, but I agree. Didn't even know we had the NFT sensors in game. Thanks. Yeah, we did actually a whole stream on it. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Because we spent a whole good chunk of a stream covering different ways to use them. Let me see. Videos. Gosh, I really should like bookmark this one. Let's see. It wasn't that one. It wasn't that one. It was a while back. That was with the multiplayer first-person shooter system. Oh, you know what? It was probably live on YouTube, so I'm looking in the wrong section. Let's see if I can find this. Besides VoxEdit, which is the one you like to use? Oh, I like Magica Voxel. Magica Voxel is really super powerful. This was me building out a potential land space, just kind of like sketching. But it's got really powerful rendering tools with some really nice ray tracing stuff. You can do really nice stuff with this. Yeah, I love Magica Voxel. Where's a better example? There we go. So I modeled this in Magica Voxel and then brought it into VoxEdit because you can import the files. So I did that to animate this. So this is the original setup for this thing. And you can see, I have like glowing stuff, and I don't think I made the water transparent in this. But it's just a really good tool. And then I brought it into VoxEdit to animate it, and That is this. And so I got like a whole little wizard fight going down in the underground. Oh, UFO. The boats bobble. The ducky bobbles. Whoop. The stuff floats. Got little fires in the temple. There's a little forklift doing all the shipping. So, yeah. This one was a lot of fun to put together. Magic Voxel is put that in the chat. So Magic Voxel is free, VoxEdit's free. So in order to upload assets to the sandbox, in order to put them in the Game Maker, you do need to use VoxEdit. VoxEdit is a great program. It has Magic Voxel and VoxEdit have very different feature sets. So Magic Voxel is really good at it's very fast and very efficient at like modeling, and you can do things like import mesh models that will transform into voxel models. You can build out big scenes with many layers of things going on, and then it's got a really nice rendering tool. I recommend Magic Voxel to everybody. That's what got me started into voxel art, was Magic Voxel. And then VoxEdit has animation features that Magic Voxel doesn't. Magic Voxel used to have like a frame-by-frame animation thing. It might have gotten added back in the newer version. It was like up here before, but I don't see it now. There was a way that you could do like kind of like pixel art animation where the voxels would change frame by frame, but you can't really like rotate things. Or create like bone rigs. It's all just like, here's the voxel model one frame, and here's the voxel model the next frame, and everything is lined up on a grid. Magic Voxel will let you do stuff, you know, like these characters with animating these rigs and stuff. VoxEdit will, sorry. So typically my workflow is to model something in Magic Voxel, then import it to VoxEdit where I can rig it and make the changes that I need to, and then you use that to upload to the sandbox to put it in the Game Maker. So you need to be logged into your VoxEdit account in order to upload. So you don't have to sign in here necessarily. Signing in here is what lets you go to your Sandbox account and click Edit in VoxEdit on your Sandbox account, and it'll open up in VoxEdit automatically. But what you do in here is, say like you've got this coffee maker and you want to upload it. You go File, Upload to Workspace, and then that's going to open up where you select what you want your thumbnail to be, and then that's going to open up your browser. And then you can create new asset, but you do need to be logged into the sandbox in order for that to work on the website. So I'm not logged in VoxEdit right now, but I'm logged in on the sandbox website, and it opens it up there. And there's tutorials for all this stuff. So if you go to the news tab, Introduction to VoxEdit, there's a whole series of tutorials there. Who's in this one? Did I do this one or somebody else? This is PandaPops. 1 year ago, it was probably Panda, not me. So yeah, there's a whole playlist of tutorials related to this. Introduction, cross-platform editing. I feel like there were more videos before. This is the September update. So this one's pretty recent. But yeah, if you go to the Sandbox account here and go to playlists. There should be one. VoxEdit others. VoxEdit quick tips. Basic tutorials using VoxEdit. So there's a whole bunch of different tutorials on there. And definitely check out the Discord. There's a whole bunch of people in the community who are happy to help with figuring out different stuff. You can also go to our Git book, which has everything. So if you go to Sandbox and go down to the bottom, documentation here will take you to docs.sandbox.game, and this is like everything, all the information about VoxEdit, all the information about Sand and NFTs and the Game Maker and publishing, and everything is in here. You want to follow the creator portal, and then there's VoxEdit. There's stuff for beginners, stuff for more advanced. There's a lot of info here. What was the thing I was trying to look up specifically? The sensor token. So let me see if I can remember it based on what we were doing. After Dark. Yes, Chef. Spooky Games. The Voice. Playing Your Games. Game Maker 0.10 AMA. Building an FPS. Logic Labs. Exploring Spooky. 1 year ago. Oh, this is before we were doing Restream. Let's see. It could have been in this one. I don't think it was, though. No, that was just the FPS one. 0.10. It would have been after 0.10 came out, I think, that I would have done the token sensor. But we didn't do we haven't done a lot of building ones since then. It was definitely more than 3 weeks ago now, and it was before Joe started streaming again. We did the feature reveal. Maybe it was this one. Yep, here it is. Okay, so copy and paste. Some people were setting up chapters. I don't know who was doing that, but I think they gave up because then it's all this about copy and paste. At what point did we start working on the sensor? I think it was involving this door. Yep, we did the news of the week. We set up a door. I'm just trying to find you, like, as close to the point where we started talking about it. Collectibles. Yeah, I think it would be after, like, when we start working on this door here. Like, I built out this little house, so, like, I would start here. If it's not making sense, then rewind a bit before. But we're going to share with that timestamp. So, basically, all the different ways you can use NFT sensor, that's what this whole thing was about. So we figured out how to make people travel as groups, whether one person with the token can open a door and let other people through, or if you use like a teleporter so it only affects that one person. And we tried a whole bunch of different scenarios, and then we even I feel like we tested it live with other people. Were other people running around in there, or was it just us? Yeah, other people were running around in there. So we tested it with a whole bunch of people live on stream. Oh, there's my daughter. So we had a good bit of fun with that. But yeah, that was a good stream. Of course I closed it. I really need to bookmark that one because people keep on asking about that. And I'm like, we did like a whole like hour or two just on that. So, you know, I'm happy to answer questions, but if we already went in depth, so I'm just gonna refer back to that answer because we covered almost everything in that bit. Yeah, no problem, Extreme Arcader. Anytime. All right. Not Jackie Chan saw their avatar. That's right. Not Jackie Chan was there. All right. What were we doing? We were setting up. I had the thing where I die and then I respawn and then the screen fades to black, and that doesn't make any sense to me, and I don't know how we fix that because it's weird. I don't think there's a way to change it because I'm looking at all the different settings and I don't see anything about that. I think it's just kind of the way it is, and it's a little goofy right now. Hopefully that gets updated. I'm sure it will. I just don't know what else to do with that. All right, so we've got our thing that knocks us out. Wizzy should tell us something about that. So I'm trying to remember what he says. He says, "Hey player, I seem to have misplaced all the eggplant I was going to use to prepare dinner. Can you please find at least 10 so I keep the spiders' hunger at bay? Come back for a hat when you're done." Spiders? And did we have another message? We didn't have any follow-up conversation to that. But we need to make sure that there's no eggplants in here because the players won't be able to collect them. So we're gonna move that. Oh, not what I meant to do. Okay, I can see that there's 2 in that room. So we're gonna move 1 out. And we're just gonna put it someplace silly. For no reason. Bam. Right there. And the other one we can move right in front of the door so they can get it. Like that. Do you know if the future Sandbox will have a VR set with it? So, I've talked about this a long time ago. I haven't talked about it much recently, but the kind of games that we're making are not super VR compatible. Was that hole always there? I don't remember making that hole. What? That was weird. Okay. So this style of game, this jumping around third-person platforming, is not super VR friendly. Now, people have made first-person experiences. In fact, some of the ones that I've played recently would probably be really cool in VR. The thing is VR is difficult to pull off well. It's not easy to kind of slap it on to an existing first-person experience and not give people motion sickness. Like, I don't. Is there a Minecraft VR? Like a real one? I know that there's Minecraft AR. But if you can imagine somebody playing Minecraft kind of like this, and then just slapping VR on it, there are things about the way people move and the way characters in games move that don't necessarily translate. So you kind of need to have like really dedicated VR development. And if you do it in a UGC platform where people can control the cameras and make games that have like a flat, like you can make different kind of camera styles in this. So we can go to like gameplay, camera, and we can set this to an angled locked camera and say like, this is the way we play this game now. I can't zoom in and out. This is just the way the game is now. And obviously, like, I didn't design this game for this. Like, this level's not designed for this camera view, so now I'm lost a little bit. There we go. This way, and this way, and I found my way through, I think. Almost. I heard a door open. Can I get through? Ah, maybe I should lie down. And then I die. And I respawn. And then the camera fades to black for some reason. So, if somebody wants to make a game like this doesn't really work in VR, right? I mean, unless you have it as a screen in VR, which some people have done. They've put like their desktop screen in VR and then just played with like their face kind of close to the camera, and it kind of gives the effect. But it's VR is a complicated thing to implement into a game that's not already designed for it. VR in like 2030, I mean, by then maybe. Yeah, I think a lot of us like VR. Like I like VR. I have a Valve. What's the Valve thing called? The thing I'm sitting looking at it. The Valve. Not a deck. Not an Oculus. Somebody in the chat knows what I'm talking about. And I think it's really cool. And it is possible that our development could go in that direction. Not the Steam Deck, the VR thing. Index, thank you. These things. So like I like it's dusty. I haven't used it in forever. It's been sitting behind my desk or behind my monitor. I need to use it more often. It's just I've been busy with other stuff. I gotta finish Half-Life Alyx. I'm probably gonna have to restart Half-Life Alyx actually, just to get back into it. But yeah, there's a lot of us who like VR and are interested in VR. I think there's a group of people who would be like, these graphics wouldn't be good in VR. I'm not one of them. I think these graphics would be great in VR. I like retro games. I like super pixely things. So while a lot of people want a VR experience that's super immersive in like reality, I think I would be okay with this style of graphics in VR. but the motion would have to be right. And right now, nothing is kind of developed on our end to make that look good. So, you know, it's a possible future. I think Seb has expressed some interest in it. But I think we want mobile gaming working first, and then maybe I think our priorities are probably like PC, mobile, console, VR, probably in that order. I'm not like speaking for the company. I'm speaking for what I remember it being. You know, some priorities may have shifted, and I may not be aware of the current plan, but the mobile market is huge, and the VR market is very tiny by comparison to all the other markets. So while I think VR is super cool, and a lot of people who want metaverse stuff want it to be VR, I think it's lower on the priority list for now. But I would love to see it. You also have to think, you know, as I showed with the static camera settings, like you want to make sure that you have a nice transition from people being in a first-person immersive VR experience to like, oh, well, the next game you're trying to go to is not that. You know, how do we transition from one of those things to the other? And, you know, how to make it so that way everybody's having a good time, whether they have a VR setup or not. I can't speak on to when mobile's coming. That's not... I can't reveal any info about that. By 2030, that's 6 years away. I feel like if we're gonna do VR, by 2030 is a safe possibility, safe bet. I think that's doable. Here's me, you know, hiding, being like, nobody's gonna remember that I said that 6 years ago. All right, so I wanted I wanted Wizzy the Purple to say something about that. We've actually got to wrap up pretty soon here, and I wanted to be like all done with this. So so we had A1. So we're going to have him say one more thing. We're going to do logic. And it'll be the second bit of his conversation. Asker. A1 triggers it. And, Wizzy the Purple says, oh yes, this is a spider. What else does he say? Okay. Oh yes, this is a spider cargo ship, but we've had an issue with the cryo chamber. Please do not try to enter the chamber as it's full of sleeping gas. I'll try to avoid it. And no messages for those answers. Alright, let's see how this interaction... Oh, I didn't change the camera. Gameplay, camera, back to third person. We need to get rid of that tree. I keep on forgetting to remove the tree. Okay, it didn't start the message. Message required A1. Oh, do I have this just sending to quests? Speaker, interact. Message send, trigger. Or none. Broadcast type objectives, that's why. I guess I can set it to all, and then it should be good. Oh yes, this is a spider cargo ship, but we've had an issue with it, with the. Oh, with I'm missing the W. With the cryo chamber, please do not try to enter the chamber as it is full of sleeping gas. Okay, let's fix that typo real quick. Skyhand110 says priority should be ability to play with a crypto wallet. The experience creator's wallet would always be connected for a player without a crypto wallet. Some kind of free to play hot wallet. I'm not sure what you mean, Skyhand. Like, I'm not sure what the purpose would be. Oh, to play without a crypto wallet. Well, you kind of can already, can't you? Like, I mean, it'll set up the setup for the sandbox. Okay, it's been a while since I've created a new account. Let's see exactly what the process is. So I'm gonna log out and let's see, create account. See my avatar. I've actually not seen this before. Okay, looks fine. How would you like to sign up? Let's Kami test. Oh, I need an actual email. So let's do testing plus there. So we'll do not that I'm super worried about the credentials, I just don't know what all it's going to show on the screen. Okay, so got our first reward. It's waiting for you on the home page. Let's play. Starting up the launcher. I already have the launcher installed, so I think it's just confused because I'm not logged in. Panda's back. So this is a whole new process for creating a new account. Yeah, I think it's just gonna let us play. Oh, you do have to verify your account before the event concludes. Well, that's for the event. Let's just go to an experience. It seems to be launching, so I mean, you can create an account in like 10 seconds without worrying about a wallet. Now, what I'm curious about is, so we've got this new account set up. If I look at my profile settings, or my account settings, so I can do a claim. Yeah, so I don't have any wallet account. I don't have a wallet connected yet. I can connect a wallet in order to claim the new sneakers. There you go. And I'm in. With an account that I created just a minute ago. So that's pretty fast. Obviously, you know, you're not going to be able to claim rewards and do the events and all that stuff, but you know, that makes sense that you need the wallet to do those things. So, whoa, what is that? That's got to be a VFX, right? Those aren't voxels. Are they voxels? They might be voxels. There's some interesting things going on with that. That's a really pretty thing, whatever that is. Can I get up there? I don't know if I can get up there. The way there's a little bit of bloom around the objects, I'm pretty sure it's a VFX and not voxels. That looks really cool though. Alright, let's get out of this. Why do players need to be 18 plus if a wallet isn't required? Because of the game rating. Because you've got Snoop Dogg smoking weed and Playboy bunnies hopping around and yeah, basically voxel nipples. Because it's the rating of the content. So while we do have family-friendly content like the Smurf stuff and the Care Bears stuff, the overall game is rated higher. So, you know, if you want your kids to play those games, that's up to you to, you know, let them play in those portions. Basically, grown up Roblox, yeah. Yep, that's the way it is. Can we link the experience to our website so kids don't see that stuff? I'm not sure what you mean. Can you... So you can get a URL from the experience page. Like you can direct share a link and it'll take people just to right here. You won't be able to, like, they'll still be on this website though. Like they're not, as far as I know, there's no way to put the play button by itself on your website. Like they will end up going to this page and see the other stuff. And they do have to have an account to play. You can't play as a guest. So you don't have to have a wallet set up, but you do have to have an account set up. So they still have to submit to the terms of service and stuff. Some kind of digital doorman that blocks kids from entering. I mean, that's what saying yes to the terms of services. I mean, age verification, it's on most websites, it's like optional these days, I think, depending on the content. I mean, like, if you sign up for an account on Netflix, is there an age verification for that? Or even YouTube. If you sign up for an account on YouTube, obviously there's you know, Snoop Dogg music videos on YouTube, stuff like that. There's stuff for mature audiences But I'm pretty sure it's just an account setting on YouTube that says whether you want to see that content or not. They do have you put your age, but I don't think they check it. Like, they don't check an ID or anything. What made Snoop Dogg buy land on here? Does he play? I've seen videos of him playing his experience before. I don't know if he is actively playing right now. You know, a lot of different musicians and movie stars and you know, various celebrities and stuff, you know, kind of got interested in all this stuff back in 2020, 2021. Only having a kids area, Sandbox needs that. I agree, honestly. I've long advocated for tools, so that way they're, you know, parents can gate off, like, these are areas that you can play and stuff like that. There are some features that are being geared towards that. When they will come out, I'm not sure. All right. Did I get rid of that tree? I did get rid of the tree. Oh, I needed to test if Wizzy's quest can be completed successfully. So we need the 10 eggplants. Make sure we can grab all of them. The super exciting eggplant quest. It's not. It's a boring quest, but it's okay. We're just getting started. We're putting something out there, and we're gonna make it better as we go along. You know, I think there's actually a lot more eggplants than what I need for the recipe. I don't even have to do the swimming part. All right, we've got enough. Oh, we never did the turn in. All right, so we need a indicator. Yeah, the pandemic really kind of changed the course of things a lot. All right. Display interaction. Quest giver. Quest receiver. And let's see. I think, do we want another logic donut? Or are we just gonna turn in the quest? So I think we actually get to separate our interactions a little bit. So this is gonna be Spider 2. And we're gonna duplicate it. Actually, we're gonna duplicate this guy. And we're gonna change him into... Can we change him into a logic? No, we can't. But we can at least, we'll just delete that. Duplicate. This is gonna be Spider 1. And I'm gonna copy it over our information here. So speaker name is already there. We want to take all of that and put it in here. And we're gonna take that, and it's gonna send A1. So we're just moving, we're gonna do all of our interactions with Wizzy the Purple, and then send it off to the logic donuts to determine what happens. Bored of playing with babies on Roblox. I mean, you know, there's people of various ages playing on Roblox, but I like the visual style better for the sandbox. Like, I love this voxel art style so much. That's why I'm here. That's why I started. You know, I'm an artist here. So, all right. So, Spider Start is gonna be our quest. Spiders, A1 triggers that. And that's the same as it was before. So he's going to change into a message broadcaster. Spider Start is going to be what he sends. And we're going to edit the logic to broadcast to everyone in range. Restoration, wait before broadcast. Message required, interact. All right. Okay, and then we want to toggle on this. And it's gonna have an initial behavior state of being on, and we turn it off with that A1 message. So it stops this from being able to be interacted with. So, Lizzie the Purple, we go and we talk to him. Spiders. Try to avoid it. We have now started that quest, and interacting with him does not bring up that conversation again. Now, I feel like that interact is way above his head. Vertical offset 0. Visibility distance, we only need it like 10 meters out. Interact VFX, sure. Display over, no, we don't want to. And we're going to change the interact to talk. That looks a lot better. And now if we talk to him again, we want this next message going out. This is going to be Spider 3. And its toggle turns on with the A1. And we'll turn it off with something else. Initial behavior state is false. And hey player, I still need a few more eggplants. Make sure to check the liquid oxygen storage tanks on the second floor. What? Did we explain why they're scattered everywhere? I seem to have misplaced them. Oh yeah. He's just absent-minded. He's like he's like Robin Williams in Flubber, the absent-minded professor. He just like forgets where he puts things. Make sure to check the liquid oxygen storage tanks. Make sure to check the artifact gallery and liquid oxygen storage tanks on the second floor. You can take the portals to get up there. Weird place to put eggplant. And no message for that. So now talk to him. Spiders. And now still need a few more eggplants. Make sure to check the artifact gallery and liquid oxygen storage tanks on the second floor. You can take the ports to get up there. Weird place to put the eggplant. And now we can do that. And now we need a way to finish the quest. We got 2 minutes. Okay, so we're not going to share it to the gallery today, but we'll do that next time. Maybe I'll record a video or something before we do that next time. Come on. Let's go. All right. So we've got our last bit here, Spider 4. It's going to toggle on with something. And initial behavior says false. And it's going to say, thank you, player. This should keep the spiders' bellies full for a little while. Can I just get my hat and leave now, please? Alright, and we'll say spider done. Is our message there? PandaPops says, I love how this game is coming on. Thank you, Panda. Alright, so we need a way to switch from this intermediate conversation to the end conversation once we've collected enough things. And I believe we did that already with Wizzy the Green's rooftop garden, and we did that with a counter, because the issue that we ran into was that if we did it with the I'm looking in the wrong place. Objectives. If we did it in the objectives, we would have to close the quest automatically. So we really just need a way to sense that enough eggplant have been collected. And then close it. So we're gonna We're gonna make a gameplay rule. You know what? We'll do this next time because we're already at our 4-hour mark, and this is not super complicated, but it'll take a few minutes to get it all set up, and we might as well just do that fresh on the start of the next stream. So we will continue this on Friday, and then we'll basically be done with the game for now. We'll get it launched up on the gallery, not on the gallery, on the map, and we'll be ready to roll for the 24th, which is Monday next week, when the Builders Challenge starts up. So thank you everybody for tuning in and for the good conversations. We are going to see if there's anybody streaming the Sandbox that we can raid. You're all very welcome. Thank you, Nervex, Last Year Trier, Sophie Dolly, PandaPops, Not Jackie Chan, Ian the IT guy, everybody else who's watching right now. Let's see who is playing the Sandbox right this very second. Is there anybody? Anybody live? Thank you for answering your questions. You're welcome, Ian the IT guy. I don't remember which question was yours. There's been a bunch of questions. If I've ever missed a question, just ask it again. Because a lot of times, especially if I'm up here by myself, it's possible for me to miss a question. And I like trying to get to all the questions. But, you know, sometimes I miss stuff. Oh, it looks like Play Game for Fun is streaming right now. Buy assets for the boosters. Oh, okay, yeah. Panda, did you get a reply on that? Before we close down, Panda, did you get a reply from PJ on either of those things? And we're going to raid Play Game for Fun. They're just getting started. I don't see an answer from Panda, so maybe next stream we'll have an answer to those questions about the specifics. Anyway, go have fun with Play Game for Fun. And I'll see you tomorrow for the Wednesday stream. Have a great rest of your day.